What's up, friends? Welcome to our weekly Wednesday sprints. And it's not just any Wednesday, it is Christmas Eve Wednesday. So I hope for anyone who is celebrating, Merry Christmas Eve and Happy Holidays. If you're celebrating some other holiday adventure, that is fun also. And I want to welcome all my friends who come and hang out on our Wednesdays. It's always a joy. Thank you very much. And for anyone new to my channel, I'm Kat of Kat's Novel Adventures. I read a little bit of everything. So if you are new, please don't be shy. Say hello in the chat. I would love to know what you're up to for this evening. What do you like to read? Maybe we have a lot in common when it comes to reading. Also, for anyone who might be watching after the fact, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And let us know what you were doing during the sprints. Remember, this is reading and productivity sprints. You can do whatever you want during this time. It could be reading, it could be playing video games, you could be crocheting. I mean, you might be crocheting a sock for somebody's gift, last minute gift. Anything, writing, whatever your heart desires. If you don't want to do anything, but just, hang out on your sofa and meditate, that's fine too. We appreciate you being here. I appreciate you being here. So let us see what we're going to be up to today. The first thing, I do have to wrap a couple of gifts, not a whole lot, but I do need to do that. But I have decided that I want to read and get these two books done. So if you have been watching last week and yesterday happened to pop in on the holiday hell sprints, I'm still reading All Is Calm. And I'm also still reading Gnomes. So these two books I want to finish today on sprints. That is my goal. So I don't have much more to do. And I think if I really just buckle down and don't do anything else, I should be able to do it. I got myself some tea. My tea is called Joy. It's a black tea. It's pretty yummy. I was a little bummed out when I went to Target. I was going to get another box. And guess what? They were out, and I can guarantee they're probably not going to refill it because it was a seasonal blend. But I have my little tea bags right here. But look at it. Isn't that cool? Joy. I don't remember seeing that last year. So this might be a new favorite for me for the holidays. I love the pumpkin spice, and I do have quite a few boxes of that. I would buy one like every week. And I know it's not pumpkin spice season, but oh well. I still like the flavor. So anyway, that's what my plans are. And if I finish both of these books, then I will wrap the gifts before I head out, before, the sprints end. So let's see who is here and what everybody's doing. Hello, Roxy's here, coming over to say hi and hit the like button. Roxy at Roxy Reads is on Tiffany Sprints, the Beach Bum Bookworm. I don't know if you know Tiffany. She is with the Cozies, and she is hosting Christmas Eve sprints as well. Roxy's on there, Sarah, Stormy, and a lady named Sock. I don't really know Sock very well. But anyway, they're over there having Christmas Eve fun. So if anybody wants to go pop on over there and say hello and wish them a Merry Christmas Eve, that would be wonderful. Jamie's here. Hello, hello, Jamie. Happy Christmas Eve to you, my friend. What are your plans for this evening? And Merry Christmas Eve to you, Sky. How are you? What are you planning to do? And Heidi's here. Merry Christmas to all the sprint peeps. Woot, woot. Happy holidays to you, Heidi. I hope that y'all are having an enjoyable evening. And Sky says, I got to go shopping for dinner tonight and tomorrow. But once I get home, I'll be starting The Crash by Frida McFadden. Wow. Have you read a lot of Frida McFadden? I've only read one, The Housemaid. I want to read more. I really would like to finish that series, though. If I'm not mistaken, I think there's 2 books in that series. I would love to know, because The Housemaid does end on a cliffhanger. So yummy. Yes, it's It is, let's see, bring on the cheer with a jubilant blend of black oolong and jasmine green tea with hints of peach. And I like it. I like it. And I don't know about you all. Um, do my tea drinkers out there, do y'all put things in your tea or do you just drink it the way it is? I always put honey in my tea. And the reason I ask this is our friend Jen at Pages and Chaos has been doing a tea advent calendar. She actually has two of them. And I asked her about it because I didn't know if she just like drinks the tea without anything. And she says sometimes she'll put rock sugar in it or honey, but most of the time she just drinks it as is. So I don't know. I'm just very curious about that. Also, I need to make sure we do our Would You Rather. I don't think Roxy is still here in our chat. I think she just popped over to say hello. Sky, um, if you have not popped off to go get dinner, you have not said anything for the Would You Rather question or the Would You Rather Mad Libs. If you're still here, I need you to give me two numbers. Two numbers. Just pop them in the chat for me, and then I'll use that. And if not, we'll pick somebody else. So Jamie said, not sure if I'll be doing much today. I'm recovering from the flu. I know you're not feeling too great because you didn't go to work yesterday. You didn't work. Yeah, maybe just rest and relax. Do you have a movie that you can pop in that you can just like listen to? And Anne's here. Hello. We just got home from the procession for a state trooper who was shot and killed yesterday. I'm so sorry to hear that. The Trooper Sisters is one of my daughter's teachers. It is extremely difficult. I can imagine right here at the holidays. That's awful. I'm so sorry. My condolences to the family. Heidi says, I am trying to finish Roadside Picnic, a sci-fi book by two Russian brothers from the late 70s. It is very good. Awesome. And Chris said, hello, Kat. Hope you are having a wonderful day. I am having a really wonderful day, actually. I got up, I worked out. I had to walk in the fog again today. The fog was very dense again today. Thankfully, it cleared up somewhat when I had to go run my errands. I had to go run to the bank and then go to Andrew's apartment. Andrew is my youngest son. He and Megan have made it to Arizona safely, which I'm grateful. And I went to take care of their cats. So thankfully, the fog had lifted enough that it wasn't like a visibility issue. Fog never used to bother me until that major accident that they had on I-55 close to Manchac. It was terrible. And ever since then, I'm like, ugh. I mean, it was fog like Silent Hill fog, where you can't even really see until you actually get in right next to the person in front of you kind of thing. But the fog wasn't that bad this morning, but you never know how it's going to be on the interstate. But thankfully, all was well. And Sierra's here. Woot woot. Hey, Sierra. Merry Christmas Eve. I'll actually be here for a little bit longer than usual. Yay. I'll be doing nothing but hanging out until way later tonight. Yes, that's okay. You don't have to do anything. You can just hang out and just be and just enjoy the time. And Amanda's here. Merry Christmas Eve to you. What are you going to be up to, Amanda? Hello, Stormy, popping in since we are in a sprint to bop the like button. Merry Christmas, everyone. Thank you for stopping in, Stormy. And everyone send Stormy some positive vibes because she hurt her back today and she's kind of resting up. Merry Christmas Eve, Cameron. Woot woot. How are you? How are you? What are you up to? And Heidi said, all of a sudden, my iPhone 8 is not taking any more updates. I guess I will have to get a new phone. It seems kind of odd. I would think it would just update until your phone didn't work anymore. That's awful. That's like, that kind of bothers me. I mean, I guess it's the same way with the laptops. My HP, they changed the Windows to a different version. And so I'm not going to get supported updates for the version that's on here. And I'm just like, I have a perfectly good, laptop. It's just, I don't know. Nobody uses anything until it can't be used anymore. That's how it was back in the day. You pretty much used it until it actually conked out. So Sky said, yes, this will be my 15th Frida book. Excellent. And Amanda says, I just finished making the 2 side dishes I'm bringing to Christmas tomorrow, so I'm ready to relax and read. Excellent, excellent. And hello, Jacqueline. Good afternoon. Just woke up from a lovely nap. I'm hoping to listen to an audiobook while I make some chocolate fudge for tomorrow. It's my grandma's recipe. Haven't decided what book though. Nice. My friend Helen made my family some fudge, and she made different types: chocolate, peanut butter, like a white chocolate with like cranberries in it. And I think she did a chocolate that has some like spice, like cayenne, because I had a very spicy piece, and I'm like, she's got some spice in there. But we had a wonderful dinner last night, and she brought the fudge for us. And Scott says, I'm a huge fan. Well, I really love The Housemaid. I gave it 5 stars, and I can't wait to read more by her. She seems like she, you know, is pretty good as far as, writing a good thriller, like keeping you on edge. And Sky said, just honey for me too. And I put honey in my tea. Okay, because I was wondering, I'm like, am I not supposed to be putting anything in the tea? Maybe I mean, I do find that I do taste flavors and they are different, but then I'm like, "Oh, maybe I'm not supposed to." I did when I went to the fantasy book club, they had tea and they did not have honey. So I just drank it was a peppermint bark flavor. It smelled really good and I drank it without any sweetener in it and no honey, no sugar. And it you could taste like peppermint flavor really well, but I don't know if all teas would be like that. I'm not really 100% sure, but yeah, that was a pretty good one. I'm gonna have to find that flavor and see because that would be a nice one to have also as a peppermint. Oh, and also the Cozy Cottage, we did a card exchange and I have tea from some of them. I think one of them is a peppermint, but I need to make sure that I put those teas together so I can enjoy those during the holiday. Honey with tea equals magic. And Sky says 12 and 77. Okay, let me write that down. So thank you so much. 12 and 77. And I will pop that would you rather in when we go on to our first sprint. And Heidi says, my husband is bringing in sushi. He always has to work late on Christmas Eve. He supports the traders on Wall Street, and they go crazy at year's end. My husband had to work today also. He was able to go in a little bit later, and then he was able to get off a little bit earlier than normal, but he's had to go run some errands, and he got home probably about 1:30ish. So we had sushi last night when we went to Kate Street for the dinner with Helen. I got a sushi pizza. I should have taken a picture of it. I forgot. It's really kind of cool. I got a sushi pizza and my husband got a Boston roll and his was huge. Like the pieces like were really, really, really big. He ended up having to take some home. And oh no, I know for Stormy, she ended up hurting her back. Hello, Jamie. How are you? What are you up to? And Heidi. I'm about to say hi and Jamie. So how that comes out to be Heidi, I don't know. But anyway, Jamie is saying hi to everyone. And then Heidi's underneath. Maybe that's what it is. Heidi underneath caught my eye. Kat, did you ever watch the movie Sense and Sensibility? I have been binging all the period dramas. No, I have not. I think the reason I haven't is it is longer and I am going to have to pay for it on one of the streaming services. I can't get it free. So I'm going to have to buckle down and do it. I think I'm going to love it when I actually watch it. I need to watch that one. And I also need to watch Emma because I read Emma over the summer. So I need to do that one as well. And I need to watch The Ghosts and Mrs. Muir. I have not watched that one yet either. And Anne said, I finished my best fiction book of the year this morning. It is the true story of Raja the Gullible and his mother. Never heard of that. And that was my best book for this year, too. And yay, that must be awesome. And when did coffee shops and some stores close so early? 2 and 3 p.m. on Christmas Eve. I remember a time when they would be open till 10 or 11 p.m. on Christmas Eve. Yeah, a friend of mine, he was going to order food to be delivered, and he had to make sure that he got it delivered because the restaurants in his area were closing around like 2ish. And he said what was surprising is those same restaurants are going to be open tomorrow around 11. And he said he's just noticed that it seems like Christmas Eve is getting more attention than like Christmas Day, like at least in his area when it comes to like, the restaurant scene. But yeah, I'm sure the coffee shops are in our area probably closed early too. Yeah. People doing their parties and stuff. Jamie, I find it amazing that it's not on any best of years lists. And hi to Jamie from Sky. And Jamie says Raja the Gullible won the National Book Award, but it published late in the year, so not many people have gotten to it yet. I read it as an ARC. So I wonder if it'll get more attention nationally or worldwide next year once it gets out and about. Yeah, I guess that is a bummer for anyone who publishes a book or a movie's released before year end. People are pretty busy and they might not be picking up anything new. That is kind of a bummer. I don't even know really. Authors, I don't think, really have a choice of when things are published either. But at least it's a good book, and maybe if y'all will hype it up, more people will read it for sure. Okay, so our first sprint, I was thinking we could do 45. I know that's what y'all usually like to do. So if that's okay with you, that's what we'll do today. We'll start off with that and see how it goes. Our little kitty cat. Okay, so happy sprinting, everybody. I'm going to put the would you rather in right after I mute myself. Welcome back, everyone. How did everybody do during that first sprint? I finished All Is Calm, a Maine Christmas reader. Very happy. I am giving this 4 stars. I really enjoyed it. It has essays, they're not very long. There are poems, there are ads, just really, really nice. And I love it because it showed you some traditions that were in Maine, all the way from, I don't know, early 1800s. Like they had, there is even a poem in here by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow from 1863 called Christmas Bells. They have ads from the 1800s all the way up until, I want to say, 2019, maybe. There's a poem called Unwrapping from 2019. And then the last essay is from 2019 too, called Snowflakes of Christmas. But the ones that I read today, I just thought they were pretty cool. They had the Christmas cookie cutters. It kind of made me sad because as I was reading it, it's talking about a young mother and she's baking cookies with her children, and they're different cookie cutters. There's like the nativity scene, there's a fox, there's a butterfly, and so the kids are with her, and one of the sons says the butterflies are for Easter, and the daughter was like, a stable's too cold for a butterfly, but the youngest child didn't care. The child wanted the butterfly, and went on. And then as the years go on, the young mother gets older and there's no more young children to bake the cookies. It just kind of made me melancholy for a second because, I mean, since Andrew is not here, he's not young anymore to bake the cookies. I used to bake cookies with my 2 boys. So I was like, oh, maybe I'll have grandchildren one day and we can do that. But yeah, it was, traditions. But when the woman passes away, the children come and they take some things from the home, and each of the children divide the cookie cutters up by, what their favorites were. And the youngest, of course, takes the butterfly and the bluebird of happiness. So I thought that was sweet. And then another essay was called Dear Santa, and it was talking about letters that are addressed to the North Pole or Candy Cane Lane, and just kind of commenting on what some of the kids, asked for. And one at the end talks about how a child wanted wood to build a skateboard ramp. He wanted nails, he wanted a hammer. And so the lady said that the lady Denise, she was a support analyst for the Postal Service. She thought that was cute because he didn't just ask for a skateboard ramp, he asked for all the materials to build the ramp. And I thought that was sweet as well. And then another one was titled Lobsters Come Free for the Needy. And it talks about a guy named Noah Ames, who he will go out and give away on Christmas Eve free lobsters to families in need. And it talked about, how he had done that for many, many years. I thought that was nice. Because he talks here, he set out about 100 pounds of lobster that he hauled in on his boat called No Worries. And then other lobstermen and dealers heard of his plan and pitched in totes of lobsters too. After refusing all offers of money the first few years, last year he accepted donations for a local family with a young girl who has cancer. And he continued that this year as the girl is still battling the disease. But what I thought was pretty cool about it was his quest was to give away the state signature product that he started 4 years prior to that. And that essay was from 2017. I thought that was nice. And then another one had to do with traditions. They just were talking about different traditions, how you have, and I really liked how it says shared traditions help create bonds between families, family, friends, and community. And traditions ground us and give us a sense of serenity in a world in which change is constant. And so it's not even just like Christmas or holiday traditions, any kind of traditions. I think that, was just a good quote. I liked it. I do think there's a lot of truth in that. And so it's important if you have traditions and if they can be passed on. And then I also learned in that same essay, they talked about how they would visit a museum in Jericho, Vermont, where the small museum is dedicated to the life of Wilson Snowflake Bentley. Snowflake Bentley was the first known photographer to capture an image of an individual snowflake. And I thought that was pretty cool. You know, he always talked about a snowflake, once it melts, there's no record of it. And so his photographs kind of keep it alive. So anyway, nice stuff. Nice for the holiday season, for the Christmas season. So I am finished with that. So I got part of my goal done, and that is to finish also Gnomes, which I think I'm going to be able to. Anyway, that is what I got up to. I also popped into Tiffany Sprints also and updated them on what I did as well. So Heidi was asking me if I had seen Sense and Sensibility, and she said that if your library has the Canopy app, you can get the BBC version of Sense and Sensibility miniseries. It was excellent. The governor from The Walking Dead is in it, David Morrissey. Okay, I forget about Canopy. I need to look and see about that because that might be a good idea. I know sometimes they have older stuff. But I just forget about it. And I think the library, my East Baton Rouge library, we have Canopy. I'll have to check and see. Thank you for reminding me of that. I appreciate that. Anne said, I need to work on his backlist next year, talking about the book that she and Jamie were discussing, the author of Raja the Gullible. And Heidi said, I will have to look into this Raja book. Jen's here from pacing through the pages. I'm listening to Good Spirits while I bake and get the house ready for tomorrow, which I thought it sounds good, baking and reading. And Anne said, Heidi, it is amazing. Emily said, don't forget to hit the like button. Thank you so much, Emily. I appreciate that very, very much. I hope you are enjoying your holidays. And for anyone that doesn't know, Emily is a teacher. And so she is on her winter break. Emily is also a content creator. She has a YouTube channel, a booktube channel. So if you haven't checked Emily out, check her out, please. And Anne said, I am going to try and finish The Intentions of Thunder by Patricia Smith. It won the National Book Award for Poetry. The winners for fiction, nonfiction, and poetry are all amazing books. And Heidi said, if you have the correct clothing, running a mile in 12 degrees would be easy with Under Armour and a ski mask. And Heidi's talking about our would you rather question. Okay, so Sky gave us the numbers 12 and 77, not knowing what she was getting into. And so our question is, would you rather run a mile in 12-degree heat, which is not hot, or run 77 miles in perfect weather? This one's tough because, for one thing, I wouldn't be able to run a mile in perfect weather, not in my physical condition. I mean, I could walk many, many, many miles. I don't know if I could walk even 77 miles, but not the running. I mean, I would have to have some, I don't know, 12 degrees. I would feel like I would freeze. Like you would try to run and you would be like stuck. I guess it depends on what kind of cold it is. That's why it's so ironic, because it's not really heat. To Anne, I just put the audiobook Raja on hold, 14 weeks wait, but that will be perfect. Probably will much less than that in the end. Yeah, I'm still waiting for my Agatha Christie book to come in on hold. I have the book physically, and I probably will be able to start it next week. but I just don't know when they're going to do the live show, the FOMO Club. I'm going to have to check and see. Yeah, still saying 2 weeks. Now I put it on the 14th. So the 28th, it should be free. So anyway, if I have the audiobook, I'll be able to finish it with no problem. Hermie's here, just popping by to say Merry Festive Season, lovely humans. Merry Festive Season to you too, Hermie. And Alicia's here. Hello, Kat. Just joining, trying to finish up my baking. Did sugar and chocolate chip yesterday, whiskey cookies, and peanut butter today. Ooh, I have never heard of whiskey cookies. I mean, like, does it have like actual whiskey, like the liquor in it? And ED is here. Just got home from work. Woot, woot. I have to say, our ED has hit a milestone, friends. He says, now I take the tie out of my hair and relax. I need y'all all to check out ED because if you have not subscribed to his channel, I would recommend it. ED is sweet. I'm sure y'all have seen him on my channel. He comes in and pops in live a couple of times. And let me see. Trying to see where, trying to do this where it won't blast so I don't get in trouble. But ED has hit 6 years on BookTube. So I'm going to put the link for that in the description box, not the description box, the chat, if y'all want to check it out. And I noticed when I was on, I'm trying to do 2 things at once. That's why I'm talking like a robot. I can't chew gum and walk, I guess. I noticed that he was at 499 for subscribers. So I'm like, what a wonderful Christmas present if some people would push him over the edge and get him 500 or more. So this is ED's, I'm doing it on my phone so that I can actually concentrate on this. But this is his anniversary video. Let me write this. Thank y'all for your patience as I do this. I'm proud of ED. So he's kind of telling you a little bit about his plans and thanking everybody who has subscribed. So I think that's wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. Oh, and then Alicia does it. Thank you, Alicia. Alicia's a quick draw McGraw for anyone who doesn't know. She can type extremely fast. And Jamie said, I started a 550-piece holiday puzzle with owls and got most of the edge done. Very nice. Very, very nice. I love that. Sounds interesting, ED said, about my essays. Amanda said, I read about 50 pages of Iced Under by Barbara Ross. Is this a thriller? Do tell, do tell. Jamie said, I managed to get a couple of chapters read in A Study in Scarlet Women by Sherry Thomas. Very nice. And Christy said, hey, y'all, made it to 82% of Lethal White. I need to finish the Chonka tomorrow because someone is waiting for it. Okay. Is Lethal White, it's part of a detective series, isn't it, Christine? And Sarah says, I listened to music the whole time, but very happy to be here. You made me add that to my endless TBR. Well, you know what? I'm glad that you are just hanging out and relaxing. You need that. You need some peace. And hello all, Cameron's here. I've been organizing my library all day and I'm ready to settle down, have dinner, and watch Christmas specials. Let me ask you this, Cameron. I know that you have moved and you had things kind of like organized, during your move. About how many hours do you work in organizing your library per day? I'm just curious. I need to knock this out completing the organization of my personal library has to be completed in 2026. And I'm just curious how your process is. Curious. And what book is that? I want to check that out. Oh, talking about All Is Calm. All Is Calm. It's a Maine Christmas reader. Now, I will tell you, you can find it on Hoopla. It was not available in my libraries, and I'm thinking it's because it is specifically for Maine. This is through Island Port Press, which might be a publisher in Maine specifically. Let's see what it says. Many thanks to the staff for expertise aid, the Maine State Library and tourism. So I don't know if that's might be why it's hard to get it. I ended up ordering mine from Amazon, and I'm glad I did, because apparently the ebook, the version that is on Hoopla, does not have pictures and stuff in it. So you wouldn't see the ads like they have in the book. Apparently my edition is a revised edition. So I would recommend, even if you find it in physical form, I would recommend the third printing from 2024, October 2024. But yeah, if you can get a copy of it, because it has pictures of the different things. Like when I was talking about the light ship, I had never heard of a light ship, and that's what it looks like. So some factual things, some really heartfelt things. Yeah, overall, very, very good. Jamie says, I have Alamedine's earlier book, An Unnecessary Woman, on my 26 and 26 list, so I'll read it next year. ED said, I got your carded package. Yay, woot woot. And he saw your little something something in there. Jacqueline said, fudge is made and setting up as it cools. Gold star. Time to choose a book. Leaning toward The Once and Future Queen by Paulo Lafferty. I got the deluxe edition for my birthday earlier this month. Mm-hmm. Sounds like that could be a good one. And ED said, I had no answer for the would you rather. I know. I mean, I think I would try to run a mile in 12-degree heat, even though it's not really hot. I cannot do 70 miles. So Jamie says, if I run, there are aliens chasing me, and there are no aliens yet, therefore no running. And Heidi said, oh, if you do have Canopy, watch Bleak House too with Gillian Anderson. I love Gillian Anderson. She is so good in it. Also watch Middlemarch and North and South too. I love them all. Middlemarch, isn't that the one I have the book Middlemarch? Yeah, I want to read the book Middlemarch before I read anything else. I have not read anything that's George Eliot. I haven't read anything by George Eliot, so I need to pick that up. But I do like Gillian Anderson. Now, is Bleak House, isn't that a Charles Dickens? Didn't Charles Dickens write a book called Bleak House? In fact, Gillian Anderson has a movie coming out, or it's already out on Netflix with Lena Headey, called The Abandons or something like that. But it's a Western. So I'd like to check that out too. It might be a limited series. And Alicia said, yes, I soaked the dates in whiskey and then added raisins and walnut pieces. Wow. Wow, wow. So here we are with Edie's channel. Thank you so much for showing that. And then, I was putting on there that Edie made 6 years. We're so proud of you, Edie. Golly cat, you don't have to do that. What do you mean I don't have to do that? Yes, I have to shout you out. Thank you. And thank you for the card and the Grinch sticker. You are welcome. And thank you, Alicia. I got his channel and you posted his anniversary video. Group effort. Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, so Alicia put the channel. Thank you. And I put the anniversary video. Yes. Thank you, Alicia. Okay, well, all my effort was not lost. And hey, hey, Tiffany. Tiffany is the one I was telling you, the beach bum bookworm that is sprinting right now. Merry Christmas, all. Wanted to hop in and bop the like button. And I appreciate that, Tiffany. Thank you so much. She has a cozy channel. She does the cozies, killing time with the cozies. And she also is part of the group that sprints on Monday nights. She had a really good interview with Ellen Byron a couple of weeks ago that I attended. Ellen Byron was the author of the Bayou Book Thief that Lori and I read as a group read for the Mardi Gras Readathon, for Lori's Mardi Gras Readathon, which was very good. It's a vintage cookbook series, and so glad that I got to see her and what she looked like, and give her a shout out, let her know that peeps in Louisiana appreciated her book that was set in New Orleans. So Christy said, yes, it's part of J.K. Rowling's Cormorant Strike series. I have those books, but I have not started them yet. They are very chunky, very, very chunky. And thank you from Alicia. She wrote it as Robert Galbraith. Okay, yes, I have those. I do. I have those. And yeah, I just ordered one that is so a recurring thing with StreamYard. Cameron says, I don't organize every day or even every week. I usually wait until things pile up and then do an overhaul, which can take a few days of work. But if I have endless room, everything would be easier. Gotcha. Yeah, like right now, my living room is a mess because I have books that are in boxes kind of close to my bookshelves, and I need to get my bookshelves in shape. Like what's happening is I'm trying to put them in alphabetical order and I'm having to constantly shift. I don't have the room to lay everything out by alphabet and then just take all the A's and put them on the shelf, all the B's and put them on the shelf. I don't, because it's in the living room and I can't just leave all of that out. So that has been my biggest thing. And then I have boxes on the other side of the living room that has all my mom's books that I have brought from her house so far. And I have to go through those and decide which ones am I keeping, which ones am I donating. I'm going to try Pango next year. Maybe I can sell some of her books that she has. I don't know, or I can give some of them away. So I don't know. I just find not having to be able to set it all out and look at it is like been the biggest problem, because it's like, okay, like I get it all kind of organized and then I find books that are at the beginning of the thing. So that's why it's taken me forever. I have too many books. That's part of the problem. And Edie said, oh my God, I just opened the package, the tiny Dracula book. I know. And the bookmark. I know. Tiny, tiny. I know. I'm so excited. I knew that you would enjoy that. And Tiffany said, reading Murder Runs in the Family, the first book in a new cozy mystery series by Tamara Berry. I also just started a new romance book, but it's starting to give While You Were Sleeping vibes. Oh, While You Were Sleeping vibes, the movie While You Were Sleeping. Ah, very nice. Yes, a new cozy mystery. I like cozy mysteries. I haven't read a lot of them, and I do think I have quite a few on my shelf that I have collected over the years. I have a group that I got from Leslie Meyer, I think is her name. I think it's Meier. And I was attracted to them because they have pretty colors. The covers are pretty and they're holidays. So I was drawn to that. And then, of course, I read the Ellen Byron one. I need to read more. I need to figure out one. And Tiffany says, and it kind of creeps me out. Not sure if I'll continue. Yes, Tiffany doesn't like anything creepy. And yes, love the vintage cookbook series. Thank you for the kind words. Yes, it was nice. It was a wonderful, wonderful interview. I really enjoyed it. And it was good seeing her. And it is a series I would like to continue because I think she really does capture the essence of New Orleans really well. And the characters are fun. I like the main character. I think she's a lot of fun. She's got a great backstory, why she, ends up in New Orleans and well, ends up back in New Orleans because she's from there originally and she was living in California. And Kat sounded a little glitchy there. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know what the issue is. Like I said, my Wi-Fi eyeball is kind of there and a lot of interference there. I don't know. I can't figure it out. Sometimes I can see it, but who knows? Sometimes StreamYard might just be having a lot of people on, but nothing came up for StreamYard. Normally when that happens, StreamYard will pop a message will pop up saying, we're having issues or whatever, and then you just go on with your day. Heidi said Bleak House is Dickens, but it was surprisingly noir and not what I expected. I loved it. Completely different feel than all his other works. Bleak House is just the name of a mansion. Gotcha. Okay, well, I thought it was by Dickens. So, again, I'd like to be able to read it before I watch it. And Iced Under is a cozy mystery. I would never have guessed that. Part of the Maine Clam Bake Mystery Series. Now, that's kind of cool that one takes place in Maine. And I just finished a book that had essays, nonfiction, that took place in Maine. That is cool. And Tiffany said yes to Amanda. Yeah. I thought it was a thriller of some kind, Tiffany. I should have known better because Amanda reads lots of cozies. And Amanda, if you are not subscribed to Tiffany's channel, I would recommend because she's like the cozy mystery queen for sure. So before we go on our next sprint, let's go ahead and fill out our Mad Libs. This one is perfect for today. So, I'm going to have quite a bit that needs to be filled in because there is a part 1 and a part 2. So we're going to do both. So let's get started with a noun. If somebody would throw out a noun for me, and we'll get that started. Oh, Amanda says, I am subscribed. I follow a lot of cozy mystery peeps. Yay! Awesome. Awesome. I love that. And mouse. Okay, let me make sure I need an animal. Okay, so I'm going to put mouse where the animal is. And Jamie says fireplace. Okay. Let's see what else we get. Anne says, I need to feed the cats before they drive me nuts. We are having a clean out the fridge for dinner tonight. Ooh. And ED says elf. Let's see. I have a lot of plural nouns. I wonder, I'm going to change your elf to elves, if you're okay with that. Okay. And I need now a celebrity that's a male. A celebrity that is a male. And ED said that's fine with him. Okay. Henry Cavill. That would be funny. You're going to love that you put this one. Okay, and I got to put it over here too because it's a good thing I don't have to sing this one. I had some Mad Libs that were like Christmas carols. Okay, let me make sure. No, oh, here. Henry Cavill is, I don't know if I'm saying that right. Cavill is going to get lots of mileage in that one. Okay, Jamie, can instead of a celebrity, since we got our celebrity and it's the same one, can you give me an adjective, please? An adjective. Christy, if you will change your George Clooney to a number, please. Whoops. I skipped Courtney. You said it correctly. Okay, good. Courtney is here. Happy Christmas holiday eve. Happy Christmas holiday eve to you too. I don't know if the little purple guy that I was rooting for won. I had to leave and go take care of the cats. I had to go to the bank and take care of the cats. I hope your sprints went well, Courtney. And I should have waited for the celebrity. Okay. And so Jamie said, Happy Christmas Eve to Courtney. And Alicia says, Alicia, you weren't supposed to give me the number. Let me see if I need another number. Christy was giving me the number 161. And Alicia's telling Courtney hello. And Jamie is saying shimmery. Shimmery. Okay, let me see if I need another number before I move on. No, I do not. That's a waste of a big number. And purple lost, green alien invaded and won. Darn. Nope, I was trying to type that into my other tab. Oh. And hi to Alicia from Courtney. Okay, so now I need another adjective, please. Another adjective. Trying to see how many adjectives. So if we get slammed with some, it'll be good. Courtney says, I'm on my way back from beach and beers. Ooh. Did you have a beer? And Jamie says, hairy. Okay. Droopy. Okay. Ooh, juicy. Let's see. Keep going here. I know it needs, oh. It's going to be ridiculous. And Christy said toasty. Ooh, yes. Okay. And anybody else before I go on? Okay, so now I need a plural noun. A plural noun. Hey, Courtney, I wanted to ask you, would you rather run a mile in 12-degree heat or run 77 miles in perfect weather? Courtney's in pretty good shape. I'm curious to see what her answer to the would you rather would be. Jamie says squirrels. Okay. ED says snowmen. I know I had a plural. Right here. Jocks. Oh my goodness. Lights. And that is it for plural nouns. Very good. Okay, now I need a verb, and I will go ahead and put it in the tense that it needs to be. But I need a verb. Courtney says 1 minute in 12 degrees. I've done more than that in -4 back in my heyday. So you will just do 1 minute, not a mile. Okay, so hello, Agatha. Agatha said, okay, so I'm gonna put singing to sing because I needed it in past tense. Very good. Heidi, I'm gonna change yours to flossed, past tense. Very good. Jamie says run. Okay, so that worked out perfect. Hide. I meant 1 mile. I thought you were really saying 1 minute because in 12 degrees, it would be terrible to be out there for any amount of time. Okay, so is that it for the verbs? I mean, I can come back to it. I can come back to it if we don't have any more verbs. Okay. How about person in the room? So whoever is in the room with you, it could even be your fur baby if that's what is in the room with you. Person in the room. Oh, ED's got seek. Very nice. Nice on that hide. Alan. Okay. Gracie. Let me see if I need any other people in the room. Okay, no. So, Jamie at Arbitrary Deadline, can you give me a silly word? Jamie of Jamie's Books, can you give me a silly word? Agatha, can you give me a silly word? I need a silly word from all three of you. Told you this one's going to be a long one. I know when you, poor Alan. I love that you put him out there, though. Okay, so silly words from my two Jamies and from Agatha. And while they're giving me their silly words, I will need a noun. I will need a noun. Okay, Jamie says, what's a majoot? What's zamadoodle? Like whatchamadoodle? Okay, Alicia says garbage truck. So specific. Not any truck, but a garbage truck. Agatha said fuddy-duddy. Yeah, y'all are going to be cracking up when y'all hear what this is about. And thingamy? Thingamy? Am I saying that right? Okay. It. What is that for? Alan picked it. Oh. This is going to be interesting. Oh, I think thingamajig. Okay, thingamajig. Okay, good. Because I'm like, I've never heard of that. I've heard of a thingamajig. I hope that is it, Jamie. Thingamajig. Thank you, Courtney. Thingamajig. Okay. Now I need another noun. Another noun. I told you this one's going to be long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Make sure I didn't skip anything. Train. Okay. Poop. Okay. Hello, Linda. Woot woot, Linda. Linda, give me a verb. Give me a verb, please. Jamie says tree. Okay. Can you also give me a verb, Jamie? Christy says a chestnut. But Christy, give me a part of the body. Heidi, give me a verb. So I need a verb from Linda, a verb from Jamie, a part of the body from Christy. Okay, swim. And I'm going to have to put ing on that. So it's going to be swimming. Okay. Oh, Linda said crawl. So crawl is going to be crawling. Then Heidi said chew. And chew is going to become chewed. Past tense. She said. Oh my gosh, toenail. So sorry, y'all. Okay. So I need a verb, 2 verbs and an adjective, and we're done. And we're done. 2 verbs and an adjective, and we are done. Oh my. This is going to be good. Especially because of the toenail. Okay, grouchy for the adjective. Very good. We might be having a grouchy night after this. Alicia says munching. Okay, I'm going to change your munching to munched, which seems painful. And Jamie says linger. I don't know how this is even possible. Okay, thank y'all very much. Sparkly lurker, and okay. Okay, so when we come back from the sprint, our story is 'Twas the Night Before Christmas. You know, 'Twas the Night Before Christmas went all through the house. Be ready, because this is 'Twas the Night Before Christmas went all through the fireplace. It is going to be a long one, but be ready. So how long do y'all want our next sprint to be? Because we've been talking quite a bit. Almost 45 minutes, y'all. Almost. But that's fun. What do y'all want to do? 45, 30? What do y'all want to do? Does not make a difference to me. Linda says 45. So that is what we'll do. Yes, Agatha said 45, and so did Jamie. So 45 it is. So I hope everyone, got to go see, we're supposed to have tamales tonight. We got them at the farmer's market on Saturday. I need to see if they're being fixed. I'm getting hungry. Okay. Happy sprinting, friends. Welcome back, everybody. How did everybody do during that sprint? I went to go check to see if we were having our tamales. So we had gotten them at the farmer's market and they were frozen. So he has to, put them in water. The lady gave him all the directions. So hopefully they are being steamed the way they're supposed to. But very excited about that. And then I was texting my friend Simon for a little bit. And then I read. So I read legend number 8. It's Legends of the Gnomes. I read number 8 that took place in like northern Siberia. And it was about a very mischievous gnome that gets a little greedy and has some consequences. And then Legends of the Gnomes number 9. This one, trying to see where this one took place. I don't know if it says, but it is Imp Rogerson is telling a story to his little girls. Oh yeah, this one's an island in Siberia. So this one was about some trolls. The trolls are horrible. Some trolls who kidnap a guy named Wartji and his fox. They were like on a little adventure and they get captured by the trolls and brought to the cave. And they want the gnome to do all kinds of stuff for them. And so the little gnome, Wartji's wife, comes to the rescue. Her name is Lisa. But anyway, look how pretty this illustration is. Isn't it beautiful? I just love the illustrations. But that's the gnome and his fox friend, and they are in the, I guess, the jail cell in the cave of the troll. I don't guess it's they just hold him captive. I don't know what they call it. But they actually put chains on the poor fox. Anyway, so then I read that, and then I read about gnome music. And this is another one about a troll. It's called Song of the Troll. This troll is very bad also, and his name is Pimple. And the song is, I wish I knew how to read music because I would sing the song to you. But it's Old Pimple is a fearsome troll with louse-filled hair, so I am told. He stole a child from Uppsala and celebrated tra-la-la. Then good gnome Thim came on the scene, put devil's glue where gold had been. When Pimple grabbed his hand became wood, Thim left the forest feeling good. He took the child to Uppsala and celebrated tra-la-la. So the troll did not win in the end. I did not know this either, but they have apparently when gnomes go to the bathroom, they have a do not disturb song. There's a little music box that lets people, the little gnome people, know that the bathroom is being occupied. And there's a do not disturb song. So I'm going to read that song to you because I think that's hilarious. The music plays when we use this room, a gnome law honored from of old. And while the tune unfolds its notes, I do not wish to be disturbed. So while you wait, contain yourself and keep a cool head and warm feet. Let nothing you disturb at all while you sigh so patiently. But settle down contentedly while drinking dandelion tea. And that's where I got. So I have, not much more. 2 stories. I think I have 2 stories. A conversation with, I think it's Tomt Haraldson. Yeah, Tomt Haraldson. And then Why Gnomes Shake Their Heads. And then an epilogue. So I'll be finished tonight. Very, very excited about that. So let's see how y'all did. Let's see what y'all got up to. Edie was saying, ooh, tamale sounds good. I hope they are good. We've gotten them from the farmer's market a long time ago, a couple of years, and they were very delicious. We also had a boudin egg roll when we went that day. We ate that while we were like perusing everything. That was very yummy as well. Sierra said, I'll be gone by the time you come back on. I've got to do my things now, and I won't be able to be here any longer. Too much stuff to do and won't be able to talk any longer. Well, I'm glad you were here. She said, have a great rest of your night, cat and chat. So I hope that you have a Merry Christmas, Sierra, and I'm glad you were able to hang out. Christina came and said, hi, cat. PSA, remember, even snowmen need water. Have a cup of holiday cheer and a Christmas cookie or two. Check the laundry, take meds, stretch, and share cozy blessings with the like button. So I'm so happy Christina came in to remind us. And then Moira O'Reilly popped in. She is over on Tiffany Sprints this evening. I love the name Moira. Moira, all because of Schitt's Creek. I had never heard of that name before. So I love that I am meeting somebody in real life that has that name. And she is saying, Merry Christmas Eve, all. I am of the walk, don't run persuasion. Talking about our would you rather question, which I guess most people have answered. So I can change that. Alicia said, dinner, double cheeseburger, hamburger helper is ready and watching Noelle. I'll be right back. And ED said, I read a little in Primal. Excellent. And Mindy's here. We are on our way home from Christmas with my family. I read a few minutes on my Kindle. Lovely. Was this all the Christmas that you were wrapping for yesterday? I hope they like their gifts. And that's beautiful. I love the fox. I know. It's just absolutely gorgeous. Jamie ate a little soup thanks to my lovely daughter who placed a delivery order from Target for me last night. I also listened to another 2 chapters in my audiobook. That is very sweet of your daughter. Very, very sweet. And Zach, hello, ho, ho. I'm reading The Bridal Wreath by Sigrid Undset. So far, it's historical fiction that starts in 1308 Norway, but there has been one supernatural creature appearing, something like a Skotskra. Oh, I need to see what that is. I need to see what that is. I've never heard of that. Ska G S R A. It's captivating but dangerous female forest spirit from Scandinavian folklore. So that's what she would look like. Cool. Very cool. Nice. And yeah, gifts were all good. It was a lot of fun. Excellent. So all your hard work yesterday wrapping those gifts paid off. Very nice. I have to wrap a few gifts before I go to bed tonight. Not many. I have 1, 2, 3. That's it. 3 gifts. 3 gifts. That's it. I mean, I have other stuff to wrap, but I don't need it for tomorrow. So here we go. We're going to read 'Twas the Night Before Christmas. That was our Mad Lib story. So here we go. 'Twas the night before Christmas, when all through the fireplace not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The elves were hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that Henry Cavill soon would be there. When what to my wondering eyes would appear but a shimmery sleigh and 161 hairy reindeer, with a little old driver so droopy and quick, I knew in a moment it must be Henry Cavill. More rapid than squirrels, his reindeer they came, as he sang and flossed and called them by name. Now Alan, now Dancer, now Whatchamadoodle and Vixen, on Fuddy Duddy, on Cupid, on Thingamajig and Blitzen, to the top of the garbage truck, to the top of the wall. Now run away, hide away, seek away all. And then in a twinkling are heard on the train the swimming and crawling of each juicy hoof. And down the chimney Henry Cavill came, amid snowmen and soot. He was covered in jocks from his head to his foot. He chewed not a word, but went straight to his work. and filled all the lights, then munched with a jerk, and lay in his toenail aside of his nose, and given a nod, up the poop he rose. But I heard him exclaim, as he lingered out of sight, "Toasty Christmas to all, and to all a grouchy night." That is our story, which I think is hilarious. Hello, hello. How are you, Dreaming Truth author? Tell me what your name is if you don't mind. They've changed some of our tags and I can't remember everybody. How are you? What are you doing tonight on this Christmas Eve? I know, hilarious. That's a lot of reindeer. Somehow I think the roof would cave in if they're on the roof, right? That sounds fun, Zach. When he was covered in jocks. I know. Well, you can thank Courtney for that one. I know. Silly, silly, silly. And bah humbug. I know. I know. So have a toasty Christmas to all and to all a grouchy night. Be perfect for me with my Grinch shirt. So get Grinchy. That one was cute. And I do love that in the hopes that Henry Cavill soon would be there. That one was funny. Very funny. So yeah, very cute, 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 cute. So that is our Mad Libs for Christmas Eve. Oh, well, I'll be waiting up for Henry Cavill tonight. I know, if that would only be true, huh? In another dimension, in another time, perhaps, right? That could possibly be what could happen. Zach said, "Why doesn't Santa have to pay for parking? Because it's on the house?" But that one's a good one, Zach. Very good. Very, very good. I like that. Bringing the jokes. Appreciate that. I know. Isn't that funny, ED? Toasty Christmas is right. We have a high of 78 degrees tomorrow in Kansas, and they're saying it'll be a record high for Christmas in our state. Let me see what our high is going to be, Jacqueline, because it was hot today and hot yesterday. I'm like, man, I feel like I need to go get into some shorts. I feel like it's like summer weather. But according to my app, the high is 75 tomorrow. I'm telling you, it's just not gonna, it just doesn't feel like Christmas with it being warm like that. I mean, Sunday, the crazy thing is, all the way up to Sunday, it's our temps are going to be between 58 and 62 in the morning from now, well, from I guess tomorrow morning to Sunday morning. Our highs are going to be from 75 and then get up to 80 on Sunday. Then Monday, we're anticipating rain and we're supposed to have 39 degrees. And then it's going to be a high of 66. So on New Year's Day, we'll have cool weather. And New Year's Eve, we'll have really cool weather. But otherwise, forget Christmas. Like, that's terrible. It's a bummer to me when it's not cool for Thanksgiving, even if it's not even cool for Halloween. Like, I don't want it to be freezing cold for Halloween, but I love when it feels fallish for Halloween. Which it was a little bit cooler for Halloween this year, which we were grateful, and Thanksgiving was a little bit cooler than normal. But Christmas, like really, last week we were freezing. We were down to 28. I don't get it. And Mindy said we hung outside for Christmas get together today. It was 72 degrees in Nebraska. That is just, it's so unseasonably warm and about the same weather here. Yeah. It's so odd. Very, very odd. That is for sure. I don't know. What does that say? What does that say for us, folks? We're all going to be Grinchy tomorrow. And Jamie says, and here I am in Southern California at 59 degrees and raining. Yeah, Eleanor said it was raining yesterday, and that's unusual for y'all to have rain. isn't it, at this time of year, and to have those temps. So, yeah, what is the deal, huh? It's just not the same. Okay, so we're going to go on to our next sprint. Does anybody have a preference? Do we want to do another 45? I could go for some rain. I don't mind if it rains if it's not cold along with it. It's the cold and the wet that kills me. It makes my bones ache. I don't like it. I mean, we had a bunch of rain too previously, and now we're just foggy for 2 days in a row. It's been raining for the past 2 days, flash flood warnings in places. Oof. Yeah, that's scary. Very, very scary. I mean, I could wash away a whole town. Till the hour, 43 minutes till the hour. Okay, well, let me see if I can change that. I have to change it. It won't do that. To the hour. We'll take Agatha's suggestion. Okay. And there we have it. Counting down. Happy sprinting, everyone. I'm going to go see if my tamales are ready. Welcome back, everybody. How did everybody do? I ate some tamales. Well, two tamales. They were a little spicy, but they were yummy, yummy. I liked it very much. Um, and talked to my dad. My dad's spending the night because for Christmas, and talked to my husband for a little bit. I don't know if some of y'all were here yesterday when I was talking about the gift that I had to wrap the little girls and the family that my husband works with the husband. Well, the box was huge, and we stuffed it with like paper towels, like rolls of paper towels, and we had all kinds of things in there. We had gotten some specialty beers from Red, White, and Brew, and then of course I had books and the little mini balls, and we had the little powdered stuff, the cowbell. We had a rubber chicken, the little mini vacuum cleaner. We had just a bunch of different things. But anyway, so my husband brought that this morning before he went to work, and then they opened it about an hour ago. So my husband was showing me the pictures. Alan took the pictures to show us of them opening up. He said it's like Christmas morning here because this box, there's just all these odd things that are in it, but the girls just they look forward to, what Uncle Barry and Aunt Catherine are sending them. So anyway, it's really sweet to see how much joy you can just see the joy on their faces, and that just brings me joy. Anyway, so I then went ahead and read a conversation with Tom Harrelson, who happens to be a 379-year-old gnome. And I also read Why Gnomes Shake Their Heads. And these two sections of the book got really, really serious because at the beginning of the book, the author kind of talks about how he's writing this to make sure people understand about gnomes and their place in the world. And so at this point, if you see this illustration, you'll see the illustrator, and then you'll see the writer, and then there's Tom Harrelson, the gnome, and he's kind of looking at the book, everything that I've read up to this point, and it kind of gets into like what the difference is between progress for humans and progress for the gnomes, and about how humans have had kind of pretty much a negative impact on nature, and you know a lot of destruction. It says right here, mankind as a whole leaves behind it a trail of destruction and exploitation. And the author says, don't gnomes ever upset nature's balance? And Harold and Tom says, no, man runs wildly about in the world of today and lives almost always at nature's expense. The gnome has found peace in the world of yesterday and is satisfied with what it has to offer. There won't be any change in this, just as there won't be any change in salmon, who for thousands of years has swum from the middle of the ocean to the rivers of their birth. And so he also kind of talks to them about how, humans do not, it says many times he shook his head in wonder at the stupidity and narrow-mindedness of the men who commission. Okay, well, blah, blah, blah. It's basically they don't recognize an artist when they see one, and they talk about Rembrandt. Then they also talk about Mozart and just different things. So it got a little sad in ways that we haven't, we know we're not taking care of the earth, humankind, not you and me, but like humankind as a whole. And they even actually showed that when we were in COVID and everything was shut down, which was very hard, a lot of things reversed naturally because you didn't have a lot of things getting into the air, the bad stuff going into the air from factories and all that, because things had halted. I don't know what the answer is, because of industry and manufacturing. I mean, I don't know, but it's just, I don't know. They're just magical little creatures, and just to know that they're sad about what humankind does. But anyway, I have the epilogue to read, and then I will be officially finished with my gnomes book. This was my gift from Andrew and Megan a couple of Christmases ago, and it's really a beautiful book, I will tell you. So I also popped in to Nell's sprints. Nell is also sprinting tonight. She normally does on a Wednesday. So I went over there and I have her sprints on. Actually, she's on a sprint right now. But I was looking. She has a quote. Sometimes the most important thing in a whole day is the rest we take between two deep breaths. Very, very nice. But anyway, so I went and popped in and saw some of our friends there who were hanging out as well. So that was very sweet. If anybody wants to pop in and say hello, hello. I saw Miss Jamie over there. Okay, so Courtney ended up popping off and she had to go. And then Amanda popped off. She says, Merry Christmas, all. And, I hope they have a Merry Christmas and have a good rest of their evening. Edisa got more reading done. Jamie got some more reading done, popped into Nell Sprints, just rested for a bit. Yeah, I'm glad that you're getting some rest, Jamie. And Mindy said, I got to 82% in my Kindle book, Managing and Other Lies by Willow Heath. What type of book is that? Managing and Other Lies. Is that a thriller? Tell me. Oh, Mindy, you're a fantasy reader. Have you read anything by Jasper Fforde? I just read a book called The Air Affair. I'm not sure if it's the type of fantasy you read. It's fantasy with, I would say, science fiction elements, but not sure if you know of him in the fantasy world. I'm thinking about doing a group read by him for Folklore February. It has to do with nursery rhyme characters. But anyway, that is what I got up to. And y'all seem like y'all were busy with some reading too. I hope everybody is getting ready for the big day tomorrow if y'all are celebrating. It's just going to be very small. Andrew and Megan are in Arizona, as I said earlier. They made it safely. So it will be me, my husband, my son Barry, and then my dad. And my husband is cooking a roast. I think we're supposed to be having mashed potatoes, and we're supposed to have green beans. We have an apple pie for dessert with vanilla ice cream. So that's what we're going to be doing for tomorrow. So very excited about that. Heidi said, the book Earth Abides is really about what the animals would do once man is wiped out from an epidemic. The gnomes would thrive. Yeah. I mean, the information, it's just when you think about it, it's kind of sad. The way he talks about, and then what he does also is he takes the author and the illustrator for a walk. And as they're on the walk, it says, time stood still and nature embraced and enclosed us like a warm sea. We were weightless. We were ageless. We knew everything that had been forgotten. Tom had endowed us with gnome qualities for this night. We met a fox. He stood still, sniffed at us inquisitively with no sign of fear. A pregnant doe allowed us to scratch her between the ears and stroke her thick winter coat. And a hare proudly showed us her first litter of the year, and rabbits continued their games in our presence. We spoke to wild boars and a marten. We were questioned by an owl. We watched two endlessly playful badgers, and then so on and so forth. And as the moon began to pale, we completed an unfathomable journey through an unknown dimension. And that's what he said. This is the way nature can be if you remain true to her. I wish you all the best. So, yeah. Yeah. I see it all the time, because the thing that makes me very sad is, since we have lived in our area, which is 26 years, 27 years. I'm trying to think. Barry was 10. He's going to be, so 26. We have seen so much growth in our area, and it just makes me sad because every time they build a subdivision, you're taking habitat away from the animals, and then people get upset when, coyotes come into the subdivision. Well, I understand that, but when you take their habitat away from them, they have nowhere else to go. So, I don't know. Same thing with the foxes. I mean, we've seen foxes in our neighborhood. We've seen deer. Every once in a while, we'll see a deer here. So, yeah, just makes me sad sometimes. It is a horror short story collection. Ooh. Hmm. Managing and Other Lies. Okay. And Zach says education is the long term answer to our problems. Nuclear power would help a lot. Humans in general are okay, but money and politics keeps it from something. I don't know what that last thing is. Hey y'all, still here. We watched a Muppets Christmas Carol. I saw that on Instagram. Made Christmas tea, caught up on dishes, and ate lots of candy. I know I did eat some fudge too. I did eat some fudge and I had some nuts. Um, I did eat that too. Your Christmas setting, your picture, Cameron, is very beautiful. I loved seeing it. I liked Managing Another Lies. I pre-ordered it and read it the day it came out. Wonderful. Alicia, yo! I just got home from my parents' house. Now preparing food for tomorrow. What are y'all cooking tomorrow? I was just telling everybody that my husband's going to make a roast in the crock pot. We're going to have mashed potatoes and green beans. And we have an apple pie and ice cream for dessert. Okay, keeps us from progress. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, my son tells me that Andrew all the time. Andrew wanted to be a wildlife conservationist for the longest time, and he does care about the environment greatly. And he gets very upset about any time that we actually have anybody that cares about the environment, and they just kind of want to shut them down. So much destruction. But I don't want to be on a down note for sure. It's just I was kind of surprised that it took that turn, since everything in the book's been kind of really jolly about gnomes. Thank you, Kat. We love our tree. The house is all cozy and tidy, and the tree just adds even more coziness to that. Yes, it does look extremely cozy. Very, very cozy. And what are their temps by you? Are the temperatures high for y'all? Unseasonably warm? Because it is down here. So anyway, I guess we'll do, let's see, Alicia Yo said we're having smoked turkey and ham, and then so many different side dishes I can't count. I'm in charge of making a broccoli curry casserole. That sounds interesting because everyone loves it, and deviled eggs. Ooh, deviled eggs. My mom used to make some really great deviled eggs, and my oldest son, that's one of the things he misses is because she would always, make deviled eggs for him if he requested them. But she did make some good ones. I have never attempted to do it, but I do like to eat them. They are quite good. Well, I think we will go ahead and do one more sprint. How about we do 40, I would say, let's see, let's say 35 minutes. And that will bring us till about 10 minutes to 8 o'clock my time. And then we'll chat for a few minutes and then we'll go on our way. Does that sound good to y'all? Is that okay with y'all? And then that way I could try to see about watching a movie with my hubby and my dad before we end up going to bed. I still do have to wrap. I think I'm gonna wrap gifts during this time. And Moira sounds perfect. Thank you. Yes, good. Works for me. And Zach says, sometime early next year, I'm going to try to make green bean casserole, but substituting mushrooms instead of green beans and maybe making some other changes. Cool. Works for me, just starting fixing supper. Okay, sounds good. And Christina said, eating supper now? Ooh, what you eating? Tell me. Tell me, tell me. Okay, so I got the kitty. Yeah, Edie, you should tell us what you're making for supper, too. You know I'm nosy. I want to know. Okie dokie. Happy sprinting. Woot woot! How did everybody do? I feel very, 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 very productive today. I got everything I wanted to do done. Woot woot! Even though I had to fight with tape. Cost me some extra minutes, I will just say. I was fighting with the tape. Yes, I finished All is Calm. I finished Gnomes. Very happy to finish this book. But what's so wonderful about a book like Gnomes is that you can refer to it anytime you want. You can reread it. You can reread sections of it. It's just wonderful. But I do love how at the end it says, "Dear reader, when you have finished reading this book, you may feel lonely or sad. You can always go back and reread this book, which is lying before you. But the best thing you can do is to seek contact with gnome life anywhere on the globe. Knock at any door, and sooner or later it will be open for you, assuming you keep the door of your heart open. Good luck. Don't become disheartened, and never give up." Makes me feel so happy. I have all kinds of little gnomes, and I've always wanted a little like fairy gnome garden kind of thing in my backyard. Maybe one day, because I do have gnomes that can be put outside, even though I hate for them to get all messed up. But I do. I have a bunch of gnomes. One day I should share my gnome collection. But anyway, love, love, love. 5 stars. 5 stars for sure. So that will go back onto my shelf. And I do need to see if I can finish this book. Mythical Monsters, the Scariest Creatures from Legends, Books, and Movies. I need to see if I can finish this before the end. Either I do that or I just wait and try to finish it during Folklore February. Because you know what? I really did not get very far. I think I read Black Dog, The Boogeyman, and maybe The Chupacabra. So, you know, I could take it off my list for 2025 and put it on my list for 2026. And then maybe I could read my other short story book and finish that one. I might do that instead. So I'll keep this up here to remind me to do that. What would y'all do? Would y'all wait and just try it again for Folklore February and just be very diligent? Or would you try to squeeze it in? Yeah, I don't know. I might do that. Okay. So ED was going to start fixing supper, and Christina was actually eating supper. So I wanted to know what they were eating. And Christina had ham, cheesy rice, Brussels sprouts, and baked sweet potatoes. And she was watching One Christmas Eve. I mean, it sounded delicious what Christina had. And then ED pipes in with pasta with chicken and Alfredo sauce and garlic toast. And that sounded yummy as well. Zach says another big thing would be to address income inequality. If the average person had money to buy more quality items, we wouldn't have thousands of factories making cheap, almost literal trash. That is true, Zach. I agree. And Heidi says, Kat, thank you again for Christmas Eve sprints. Have a wonderful holiday. You too, Heidi. To you and Peter and Luke. I hope y'all have a fabulous day tomorrow. And Angela's here. Been here all night, but couldn't listen due to receiving calls from family. I will watch tomorrow night. Well, I'm so glad that you at least were here. You were a lurker, a lurky turkey, but that's okay. I'm glad you were here. Anyway, the historian arrived today. Thank you so much for the wonderful gift and card. Just wanted to wish you and your family a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Same to you. And Angela said, wasn't sure if you were doing sprints next week or not. I'm all for having sprints. It's Wednesday. It's New Year's Eve. I talked to Kelsey because I wasn't sure if Kelsey was going to do like end of holiday hell sprints. And she said she wasn't planning on it. So I just told her I was trying to figure out, because if she was going to do it, then either I could do my sprints on Tuesday or just maybe do sprints with her on Wednesday. But she said that go ahead, you can do them. So I plan on being here. If you all want to be here for sprints next week, it's New Year's Eve, but we'll be popping off probably about this time. So anybody that has plans, to, welcome in the new year, we'll have plenty of time in between. We don't even have to sprint as long if y'all don't want to. But yeah, I'll be here if y'all will be here. And then Angela changed her name to Angela Bibliophilia. Just wait till Travis sees that. Just wait. Travis is having family time. That's why he was not with us tonight. And yay! I know. I know. A beautiful ending. I know. So I'm not really sad or melancholy. I mean, it did get a little bit, serious, the last two things. But for the most part, it's very whimsical. Very, very whimsical when you see all of them. I will say that I am just happy that I finished two books that I wanted to finish before the end of December, because right when January starts, I will be getting into The Wastelands, which is the third Dark Tower book, and my Beaumont Brady group will be starting the next Beaumont on January 4th. And then I'm going to be prepping for Nevermore, my week with Edgar Allan Poe. So anyway, got my gifts wrapped. Only had 3 of them, but I'm going to tell you that tape was hell. Stormy said, I started White Christmas. It's my Christmas Eve movie every year. Very nice. Isn't White Christmas... Isn't that the one with, is it Fred Astaire? Let me see, because I think I watched that one. Yes. No. Let's see. It's Bing Crosby. Bing Crosby. But yeah, they have the little musical and stuff. Is that the one where they're army buddies and then they go and perform? 1954. I watched that a couple of years ago. Rosemary Clooney is in the... Is that the White Christmas you're talking about, Stormy? I liked it. I thought it was wonderful. And yay for 5 stars. I know. I'm so excited. It's my only 5-star read for this month. My only 5-star for this month. Yep. All is Calm, I gave 4 stars. The Air Affair, I gave 4 stars. Man Called Uva, I gave 3.5. And Voices in the Snow was 3. If I finish my collection, that'll be my last book. Because I'm not starting. Well, I also have to fit in my Agatha Christie book. But I cannot imagine that. Unless I can get my Libby hold this weekend, that will have to carry over in January. Jamie said, I got a few more pages read, spent some time cuddling with Major Tom, probably going to nap in a bit. That sounds like a good plan. Moira said, I think I would go for Folklore February. Yes, thank you. I like when somebody helps me make a decision. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take it off my 2025 list and then just plan to do it for Folklore February. And I'll just have to be very diligent to read one a day. It doesn't take very long to read each section, but I'd rather that, really, than trying to cram it in the next few days. And Alicia said, I got a package from Amazon and ate dinner while we watched Noel. Now listening to Christmas music, we opened some Christmas Eve gifts and getting ready for Santa. So I'm assuming your package did not make it, Alicia. I thought for sure your package was going to get there. I'm sad. Wasn't that the estimated delivery was supposed to be today? Well, bummer. Bummer, bummer. Other people have gotten theirs. ED got his, and I'm not sure if Halko got his. Angela got hers. Oh, well. Oh, well. I'm so sorry if it didn't make it. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Alicia. I hope y'all have a wonderful Christmas. Merry Christmas to everyone who celebrates. And thank you so much, Jamie, for being here, especially with you feeling under the weather. I hope that you feel much better tomorrow. Merry Christmas to you and your family as well. And Agatha says, New Year's Eve sounds good. Yay. Happy holidays and bah humbug to all. As I would say, have a Grinchy Christmas, a Grinchy holiday. And happy holidays to everyone who is celebrating. I'll be here next Wednesday if we're here. It'll be my last day as E.D. Lewis Reviews. So you decided to change your name. I was wondering, I was curious. I didn't weigh in on that because I just wasn't really sure like what you were going for. I think your name is great. And I want to say thank you to everybody who subscribed to ED. He went over the 500 threshold. So let's see, balloons, confetti, nothing's happening. I don't know why. I don't know. Ta-da. There's your balloons, ED. Woohoo. Very good. I'm so happy for you. I'll be here for New Year's Eve. Yay. Even if we have just a few people here, that's fun. I mean, y'all kept me company. I love it. I love our community. Yes. Bing Crosby. Yes, yes, yes. That is the one. Yes, I remember. I loved it. Because I was trying to watch some older movies, add those into my regular watching. Like It's a Wonderful Life was one of them. There was one with Cary Grant, The Bishop's Wife, I think. I watched that one. I just recently watched Christmas in Connecticut. So yeah, I love them. I'm not one who goes out on New Year's Eve. If you decide to have sprints, I'll be here. Yay! Well, you'll be hanging out. We'll be here. We don't go out on New Year's Eve either. We like to stay home. Usually on New Year's Eve, I'm cleaning house because we would have people come over. Things have changed, we've lost people, and so our traditions are changing. Hopefully, Andrew and Megan will come on New Year's since they won't come on New Year's Eve, but they'll come on New Year's. But we'll be cleaning and getting ready, to watch the fireworks go off at midnight. But I can't believe it. People are already popping fireworks, which I'm like, can y'all just wait? Yours has not shown up yet, but maybe I'll get it by the weekend. I'll keep you posted. Yes, please do, because everybody else that I mailed on that same day, theirs arrived. So I'm hoping that yours did not get lost in transit or something else happened. Everything was I sent it media mail, but they should not have said the little book things were in your envelope. And I did send the little bookshelves, but they say books on it. So I can't imagine them flagging it because of that. But I will tell you, and I think I mentioned this, the postmaster at our post office, I really don't care for her. I don't know. I get weird vibes from her. And when I went to her window, um, she just made kind of like a comment, and I told her, I said, well, there are books in there. I mean, that's considered media mail, whatever. But when I was there mailing all of y'all's packages, somebody had mailed media mail and she was stamping all over it, suspicious, or whatever. And I'm like, like, it's not coming out of your pocket. So why do you care? Like, you should be grateful that people are even using the post office. But anyway, I was glad I didn't get her, and I did get the other lady to go through, and I just kind of ignored her. Edie said I did, and thank you. I know, I'm so excited. What's Edie's new name? I think he's going to surprise us, Angela. I think that's what he's going to do. He's going to surprise us all. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to get myself in my PJs, and I'm going to watch myself a Christmas movie with or without the guys. I know my husband worked today, so I'm not sure if he will. My dad might, but I'm thinking about doing like a little romance. My friend told me about, have y'all seen these movies? Tell me. One of them is called Love Hard, which I think I have that in my queue, in my list. They're both Netflix. And then My Secret Santa, which is from 2025. Have y'all seen those? Love Hard, I think I have in my queue. That's from 2021, but this My Secret Santa. If y'all have seen either of those movies, what do you think? Edie says, it will indeed be a surprise. I love that. I love a surprise. Very nice. Now, Edie, do you have to work on New Year's Eve, or are you going to be totally off? Do tell, do tell. And then we will end right here. But if anybody's seen Dear Santa or Love Hard, did y'all hear that? And then you hear my dogs? That was a firework. AD says, I do have to work. Well, hopefully you won't be super late. Hopefully you'll come in like you did today. Okay, friends. So I don't know if it's just like a little delay or whatever, but I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and watch one of those movies and wish y'all a good night. Thank you so much, ED, for being here. Have a good night, everyone, from ED. I want everyone to have safe holiday festivities and happy festivities. Also, stay amazing because y'all are amazing. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate y'all very, very, very much. And look forward to spending time with you next week and into the new year. 2026 is upon us, friends. So good night, and Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and good night, Maura. Thank you for being here.